Oh golly, I hope. Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope the screen of the video game pops up soon, and then it did. That's good. Hi, everybody. I'm Josh Kloss. I use they, them pronouns. You can see them right there underneath my face. And I'm here. I'm here to play Pentiment. I think it's a good game. I am but one person offering my opinion, but I think it's a good game. We're in the middle of Act 3, even though it says 7 there on the screen, it's really Act 3. And we are working on a mural in the town of Tassing, in the Rathaus. I'm not sure about that pronunciation. Not sure where the syllable break should be broken. I guess Rathaus makes a bit more. I don't know. That it's a common town hall, sort of, kinda. But we're working on a mural for it. If you haven't played Pentiment, or you haven't been watching the streams, there are going to be some spoilers as soon as we jump in. So, especially if you're watching on the VOD, maybe go back and watch the earlier parts if you don't want it to be the earlier parts to be spoiled, especially a reveal at the start of Act 3. So, I'll give a second for you to click away or tap away if that's not something that you want in your life right now. And while we pause for a second, I'm going to point out our last community goal was met. We got 90 followers, and that's excellent. I have set up a channel points goal to figure out what exactly the randomizer that y'all achieved is going to look like. Right now at 0 points, it's just a pretty boring basic randomizer, which is still going to be pretty weird, but we can make it very chaotic. And by we, I actually mean y'all, because I literally cannot contribute channel points to my own goal. It's up to you to make it as chaotic as possible. Because barring a glitch like happened to the last randomizer I tried to do on stream, I do enjoy the chaos. As long as it doesn't break the game, I do enjoy the chaos. Alright, it's been long enough. If you're worried about spoilers, hopefully you're not watching anymore. Let's play Pentiment. Here's our main character. It's Mags. Sorry, Magda. She is delightful. She knows about myths and legends. She tinkers with things. She knows how to haggle, and she is a Volksbürger. She knows some trivia. Raven! Welcome on in. We're just getting started. We have the book that we got from Martin that we can look at. We can go talk to Sister Gertrude, it looks like. I wanted to pull up the map. See where we might go. We could go to the church. We could go down to visit the Gertners. We could go to the mill. Or we could go to the Abbey. So we have 4 choices. Let's go check with the Gertners. They're pretty solid people. Hold on. Jetpack Cat. Always need to pay respect to Jetpack Cat. An incredible choice to be a Jetpack Cat. Hi, Apollo. I can't believe you would ruin our plan and tell Father Thomas, Magdalene. It was going to be hilarious, but you ruined it. I don't don't know how really. Let's say Magdalene's a little bit more of the religious sort. Putting frogs in the Eucharist isn't funny. It risks the town's salvation. Oh, come on, Magdalene. You don't really believe that, do you? Ugh, whatever. That's the last time we help you. How's the bakery? Bless you, Magdalene. Things are good in the bakery. We love a nice, calm bakery. Morning, Mistress Druckerin. Morning, Magdalene. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Magdalene. Go away, Magdalene. Hi, Magda. Need something? Maybe. I'm looking into the history of tassing. Your grandpa said he told you a lot of things about the old ways. Can you recall anything? Yes, of course. I'm fortunate that both my grandfather and Ottilia taught me what they knew. Her mind was still so sharp, even up until the end. Stop that. I'm grateful I got to spend time with her before she passed. What do you remember from them? Grandpa told me all sorts of charms and things to do to protect against evil. But I imagine you're not interested in that. He said that it was Perchta who protected the forest from witches, not St. John. God and his saints have dominion over the town and the abbey. But Perchta still watches over all of our wild places. What about Saint Satya? Grandpa believes in the saints just as he believes in Perchta. He said the Perchta's power is shown in certain places and times. Said that, Perchta's power. There's no conflict for dominion between her and the saints. I see. And Ottilia knew all these old chants in another language. She told me what they meant, but she couldn't translate them, I suppose. They had to do with Perchta, but also God and St. Moritz. So where did they come from? She didn't know, but I think I figured it out after she passed. There were some people coming through town, and I heard them speaking their language. It didn't quite sound like the words Ottilia used, but close. And they said that St. Moritz was the patron of their home, too. Really? Where were they from? Graubünden. They were Swiss. They said there was a holy spring in their town that had been blessed by St. Moritz. Odd. How did Ottilia know their language? She always said that her grandparents passed the chants on to her. But she claimed all the people in Tassing used to know them generations ago. Maybe we weren't always the people here. What do you mean? Maybe we came from somewhere else. Our families, I mean. But people have been in Tassing since before the Romans came. That's what I've heard. People say the mine has been here forever. But, oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of things. Maybe there's no sense to be made of it. I don't know if any of that is useful to you. I'm glad Ursula told me all of this, but I can't imagine Father Thomas approves. It would probably be worse if an inquisitor heard about some of the things she believes. I should probably warn her not to be too free in who she talks to about the old ways. Well, I still have to decide what to paint, so it might be. Good. Not everyone appreciates hearing about these things. Practically speaking, like, both of these things are true. I don't know which one to balance. I know. You should be careful, Ursula, I think, is where I want to lean. Why? Not everyone is as open-minded as I am. I just don't want you to get in trouble. All right, I appreciate the concern. Thank you for your help. Anytime. I'll see you later. Until then. Good morning, Magdalene. Now we actually go to the Gertner farm. Hello, Magdalene. Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Hi, I'm just walking into your bedroom. Hope this is okay. Says there's a thing I can do here. Is there a chicken I can talk to? Hans? Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? How are you doing? Fine enough. Weather's getting colder. And the family? Healthy and hardworking. Simon's taking care of the winter provisions. He's a good boy. Proud of him. And you know how beautiful and kind-hearted Jutta is. Just like her mother. I don't know how I got so lucky. She's a miracle. She will marry a good man soon, I'm sure. Do you have someone in mind? That young Utz is a good man, I've noticed. I'm not so sure about him. His eye seems to wander. He's unmarried, after all. All the same, when Jutta has children one day, they'll be beautiful and kind like their mother. There are worse things to be, I guess. I did my best to raise her right, but her best qualities are all Helvig. Give yourself a little credit, Hans. Kind of you to say, Magdalene. I should get back to it. Until later. Until then. Hey, Magdalene. How's your dad? Any signs of him getting better? Still bedridden. Only occasionally improves. He occasionally improves, only to be struck down again with nausea and weakness. Hans sends his regards. The Bauer household is praying for a swift recovery. Thank you. And thank Hans and Jutta as well. I will. Klaus has always been such a bedrock of Tassing. I'd hate for him to die. It'd be... sorry. It's fine. I fear it as well. It's best not to ignore one's fears. Do you miss your father? Your real one, I mean? Do I miss him? Kind of. I don't remember Joseph all that much. He's become a haze of sorts. A faint echo, a feeling, an occasional emotion. I was so young when he got killed. Mom said I had trouble understanding what had happened for a long time. It's not easy to experience with this type of loss and grief. Suppose not, but life goes on. We all got responsibilities. Can't sit around being somber forever. Tassing's been through a lot. We'd never get to stop. We never get to stop mourning with all that's happened. That's not much of a consolation. Best I can come up with, but then again, I'm not smart like you, Magdalene. Anyway, the winter draws closer, so I got a lot of preparations to take care of. I truly hope Klaus recovers soon. God look after you both. Until later, Simon. Hello, Magdalene. Don't go breaking into our house. Hey, Magdalene. Abandoned house. Ottilia's old house has been left to rot. Not a good use of resources. Hi there, quote-unquote Martin. Hi, Brigitte. Mary, Mother of Jesus. Her painting has been here as long as I can remember. God bless you, Magdalene. And God bless you, Father Thomas. Do you have a moment? Of course. What can I help you with? I wanted to ask you about Tassing's saints. I'd like to represent them in the Rathaus. I'm thrilled to hear it. The saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. Let's make a deal. I listen rapturously as you tell me about the saints, and you don't press me about putting them in the mural. Very well. But you know there is one saint you're overlooking. Why, the Blessed Virgin, of course. Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint. And she visited one of the peasants here in Tassing centuries ago. The Virgin Mary appeared in Tassing? Why? Yes, she appeared to give a message. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. In the first, she told him that she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising that she had appeared. The peasant traveled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. That's not a short trip. It certainly is not, but the peasant had received a holy vision. What else could one do in the face of a divine revelation? Shrug. The peasant returned to Tassing and had another vision in the field. The Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw it on a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freising. Why didn't she just give him the labyrinth the first time? The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image that the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of the 2 apparitions he had seen in Tassing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story, and he came here to Tassing. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build this church. She told the bishop to support the town. I had no idea that's where all of this came from. It's not a story I tell much anymore. I suppose the people here think of Moritz and Satya, their connection to this place. Mary is such a core part of their prayers that they forget all about our particular Mary. But in any case, Our Lady's demands were clear, so the bishop helped fund the creation of this church. The people of Tassing have been using it ever since. You're not from Tassing. How did you hear the story? True, I am not. The people told me when I came. And the former priest told them when they were children, and so on. The priest and the flock have shared the responsibility of passing on the story over the centuries. Thank you for the story, Father Thomas. You are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you and your work, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Thomas. Yeah, she's got that labyrinth. Check out that labyrinth. I don't see a David Bowie in there at all, but I guess it's still a labyrinth. Hello, Magdalene. Magdalene? Oh, a good boy. Who's a good boy? Yes, yes you are. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Anna. How are you? Oh, keeping busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How is the mural coming? Paul mentioned your progress is quite impressive. Oh, I'll have to thank him. That's high praise from a councilman. Truth be told, he enjoys following your progress. I'll have to bring Andreas and Ulrika by sometime to see your progress. We won't get in your way, of course. I'm sure they'd love to learn about the process. You're all more than welcome, but watch your step. There's plaster everywhere. I've just mixed a new batch to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. Oh, I can imagine. I had a similar problem when I helped my mother in the bakery. Rolling dough in winter was such trouble. We had to throw out so many batches that wouldn't rise. Your discipline is admirable, Magdalene. You know, I was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I can count. So it wasn't Big York who was the troublemaker? Oh no, York has always been more hardworking than me. I was a thief and scoundrel. It started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found around town, hats. Yep, Ulrika's little hat once even belonged to Andreas Mahler, your father's friend. I stole it from his head. Of course, stealing is against the commandments. The Lord's commandments, that is. So my father would make me return everything I hadn't eaten already and marched me to church to pray. Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. What changed? I grew out of the habit over time. I think I started to see why my parents had such a devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. But when the trouble started in town, I realized that my thieving wasn't doing any good. I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother, as God commands. It gives me grace with Andreas and Ulrika on the hard days, and with the rest of the town too. I think Ulrich would be proud. Thank you, Magdalene. That means more than you know. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you have plenty of mural work to do. I'll see you later, Anna. God bless you, Magdalene. Magdalene! Hello, Ulrika. Should I be saying Magdalene? Mary Magdalene? I've always said Magdalene. Hmm. Hmm. Hello. What are you doing? Watching. Very well. Keep up the good work. Work! Just like Mom. I will work now. Magdalene, dear, what brings you up the hill? Dad suggested I ask you about your family for the mural. He said your sister used to tell him about your family history. Your family name was Caviezel, wasn't it? Oh. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. I'm not surprised your father remembers the Caviezel's. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. I am the last of us left now. What happened to your family? My elder sister married out of the town to a man in Innsbruck. I was told she died of a fever shortly after giving birth to her son. I'm so sorry. Yes, well, it was a long time ago. I wish I could have attended her through her birth and healing, but Leonard needed me at home. I lost my brother, too, that year. What happened to him? It was so strange. He nicked himself while shearing the sheep, and 3 days later his arm swelled up and a black ulcer settled into the wound. It didn't pain him, at least at first. He took to a fever and passed in his sleep. The town didn't have a doctor at the time. No one knew what to do. That's awful. Yes, well, we do have Dr. Stolz now, for all the good he does us. And your parents? Do you mean to put this all in the mural, Magdalene? No, I'm just curious. I'd like to know you better. Ah. My father, his temper led him down dark roads. My parents struggled to love each other as husband and wife should. God called them back to heaven. There is not much else to say. In any case, my grandfather told me the Caviezel's have lived in Tassing for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. The Caviezel's were pagans? Yes, the original Bavarian people, here even before the Romans. My grandfather said his grandfather told him the Caviezel's resettled the town after the Romans left. Built their new home right on the spot where they had been living while the Romans arrived. When the Romans arrived. That's a remarkable story. It reminds me of Parzival's quest for the Grail. He is driven from the court of King Arthur to wander the countryside, honorless. He meets a holy man who brings him to God, and through regaining his honor, Parzival completes his journey to the Grail. What a lovely idea. When I think of the ancient Caviezel's driven from their land, only to find it again and become Christians, they feel nearer to me. Do you understand? I think so. It's like when my dad tells me his stories about courting my mom. I don't remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrika, I may not know all the words anymore, but that's all right. Just as I may not know exactly how the Caviezel's resettled Tassing. What matters is that I feel close to her, and them, even though they are so far from me now. That is what stories are for, Magda. Now, go on. You've got a mural to complete. Thank you, Elsa. You've given me much to consider. God bless you, Magdalene, dear. Hello, Magdalene. Thanks for saying nice things about me, Paul. My hat has a spoon. But it's still so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. All right, take your time. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Good morning, Mistress Druckian. Hello, Martha. Carl, how are you today? On our usual walk around town. November hasn't grown too cold yet. Dr. Stoll says my dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. Not so old you can sit around at home telling me stories. You listen to your daughter, Carl. You young girls think you're my keeper, is that it? I've always been your keeper, Dad. No arguments for me there. You're in a good mood today, I see. Plenty of reason to be. Tasking never ceases to be beautiful to me. Isn't the meadow a wondrous sight, even in this season? On days the Lord strengthens me. I liked going a bit higher up the mountains. Used to admire the view with Anton from there. Anton, my poor boy. It's all right, Dad. I'm sorry, Carl. It's not your fault, Magdalene. Just a babe, then. I can't... It's my fault that he died. It's not, Dad. You know it's not. He shouldn't have been with me that night. He shouldn't have... I was a fool. The Abbey was engulfed in flames. The heat... You wouldn't believe it. Seared the hair off my eyebrows. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. Then that godforsaken landsnecht stepped between us. I hope he burns in hell. I can't even imagine what that was like. How old were you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so? I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. There was screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. She kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There was blood on the floor. You cried so much you threw up. We couldn't get you to stop. I couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but... Martha, my dear, enough of that. I'm so sorry. How did you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I am there still. The Abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. May the Lord bless and keep her, as he keeps your mother, Magdalene. I had to keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. I suppose that was all Helena's doing. Dad, if I'm any good, it's because of you. I'm sorry I asked you to relive all that again. No, it needs to be told. We can't let people forget. Not here, not anywhere else. The Abbey burned. People died. We have to remember, and our children have to remember, because when no one remembers any longer, then they will all truly be dead. It's time we continued with the walk, Dad. Yes, dear. I'm feeling much more alive now. Be well, you two. Hi, Mags. Sorry I can't talk for long right now. Magdalene. Oh, of course. Magdalene. I didn't mean to be impolite. You're more courtesy than Ots and Apollo put together. Thanks, I guess. So what are you doing? You know, it's almost December. We have to start preparing for the festivities. It's not easy with Mom and Dad shouting at each other a lot. Nothing really gets done until I do it. Your parents don't get along? They've been gnawing at one another ever since I was a kid. Dad spends a lot more time away from the inn, if it's not a very busy time. And when he's around, they can get into arguments over any little thing. Why? Bad blood. Everyone does bad things sometimes, you know. When the monks were around, they told us all about God's forgiveness. Wojslav talks about it a lot too. So that's what I try to do. Forgive. You've got a kind heart, Killian. Maybe. I just do what I think is right. How's your mural coming along anyway? One step at a time. Learning about the history of tasting is a challenge. At least you can read well enough to learn more of the history. I'm still struggling a bit. Just keep learning, Killian. I will. Oh, I'm sorry, Magdalene. I really have to get back to work. Be well. Hello, Magdalene. How is your father? Unwell still and getting worse. Is he eating? You must make sure that he's eating. I know the season makes it difficult, but he needs the best of what you have in storage if he's to heal. I'll send Nico over with a few of our good apples later. Excuse me. Casimir's? I don't remember talking to Casimir's. Can't talk. I see. I'm Casimir's, musician with Alexander. I'm Magdalene Druckerian. I live here in town. Do you mind if I ask what happened to your voice? Rather not. Alright, I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks. God bless you. Ah, hello. Are you one of the, burgers? My man and I are in need of some refreshments. There are 3 burgers. Nico, Hannah, and Killian. And I'm not Hannah. Ah, but you could be Nico or Killian in an elaborate disguise. Truly, anything is possible. Exactly. The improbable is not the impossible, and through such incredulity may the accomplished deceiver succeed. I'm Magdalene Druckeren. Ah, from the, print shop we passed on the way into town? Yes, I'm running it for my father while he's recovering from an injury. Terribly sorry to hear that. I hope he has a swift recovery. Thank you. Not much business for a print shop at this time of year, is there? Not for a land house. It looks like the travel has all dried up. Nor for a land house, excuse me. I've been checking my almanacs, and I think winter is going to come early this year. I certainly hope your almanacs are wrong. I need to get back to Würzburg soon. I am Alexander. This is my partner, Casimir's. We are musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. We just purchased a new instrument for Casimir's in Padua. Their luthiers are extraordinary. We're heading back to Würzburg for the Christmas celebration. Quite an important competition there for the Meister singers. The weather turned rotten so quickly. The rain has been awful, and the roads through the passes have all been mud. I don't know if we'll be able to make it to the competition now. If the passes do close before we're able to move on, will they open up soon? Is March soon? Oh no. Oh God, no. I suppose I should plan for us to stay here through the winter. Sorry, Kaz. It's all right. Do the people here like music? Have you ever been someplace where people didn't like music? It pains me to admit this, but I've certainly been places where people don't like my music. Well, with your patience and God's help, we will endeavor to find music you and your neighbors will enjoy. Good luck to you. Thank you. Until later. Until then. Climbing up the stairs. Here is Nico. He says, Magdalene. What a good conversation with Nico. Time to visit the nunnery. Even the old guest house is falling apart. That's a perfectly good house. Well, it was at one point at least. The vines have grown over the entrance to the old abbot's house. Just leaving it to rot. I don't like it. I don't like it. I should talk to Sister Gertrude, since she was a Benedictine nun at Kiersau before the poor Clares arrived. She'll be able to tell me all about the convent's history for the mural. The Hand of St. Moritz. The poor Clares take care of it now that the Benedictines are gone. I can't sneak in. I can't sneak in. Hi, sister. Oh, hold on. Hold. Son of Mousefanger. Do you have a kitten, Son of Mousefanger? You do have a kitten. That's very good. Oh my goodness. One more time. Yes. I love the different art styles that the kitties have. Very good. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta get this volume up. Give me that big meow. Yes. Oh, good kitty. We'll work with that. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, sister. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, Magdalene. I'll help however I can. I don't know why I'm going British. A little cockney. I have a book, the Historia Taciae, and I can't read it very well. Can you help me translate it? Oh, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. Its grammar structures are far too complex. I'm sorry, Magdalene. That's all right, sister. I'll have to find another way. There was one more thing, if you don't mind. It's about the Rathouse mural. Oh, did you need more paint? I believe I have enough galls stored away. No, thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask you about the history of Curacao, actually. I'd like to include the Abbey's founding and the history of Tassing saints to the Rathouse mural. I wrote to Reverend Matthews since he lived at the Abbey, but wanted to see the place firsthand. Ah, Brother Matthew became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious to know about the saint's history, yes? Yes. I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. The poor Clares don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Francisca wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. Looks like a Mother Francisca. I don't know what that means, but she looks like a Mother Francisca. Well, that makes my job difficult. Let me finish, Magdalene Druckerin. However, Mother Francisca always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the convent, she might be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life, I have always been drawn to your veil, sister. There's something about the fashion. Touring the convent will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Francisca now? Yes, let's go. Mother Francisca, I'd like to introduce Magdalene Druckerin. The printer's daughter, yes. God bless you, Magdalene. Father Thomas told us of your father's condition, and we pray for his recovery daily. Oh, thank you, Abbess. Such is our duty, to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. Now, what is this about? Sister Gertrude, you know our holy rules. Why bring young Mistress Druckerin to meet me? Forgive me, Mother. Magdalene is searching for a place in the world and is contemplating the holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Right, yes. I wonder that you've never come up to the Abbey before, Mistress Druckerin. If God is calling you to the convent, I am more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Poor Clares? I don't want to lie. I don't want to lie to a nun. I've watched enough Blues Brothers to know I don't want to lie to a nun. By which I mean I watched Blues Brothers, the movie. I want to lean into Magda's I don't want to have kids. Well, if I become a sister, I won't have to marry, which is far better than being stuck bearing kids for the rest of my life. Magdalene, I do not encourage such a reason for joining the order. Remember, the Lord commanded man to be fruitful and multiply. However, I understand if the Lord brings you to the convent for such a reason. Some women are born barren. If you truly desire the holy life, then you are more than welcome to observe the sisters. Please come. I am happy to tell you more of our order. Our small convent used to be part of the larger Kiersau double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe that it is not ours to produce, and live solely on the alms of the community of Tassing, as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the Church. We believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Does such a life appeal to you, Magdalene? I'm not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. Magdalene, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have a laywoman bothering the sisters from their duties or disturbing our rule. However, I will allow Sister Suzanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come find me, and we will discuss your decision to join. Excuse me. Finally, I thought she'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural that I'm painting in the rat house. Time to start exploring. You can either come or not. Up to you. But Mother Francisca said... She said that as long as I'm with you, it's fine to look around. Are you really going to get us both in trouble? No, I always follow Mother Francisca's orders. The convent has many parts. The kitchen, the aquarium, the chapter house, the yard, and the old workshop, though no one uses that old shed anymore. I'll leave you to decide where to go first. It's colder today. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything that was here has long been covered in weeds. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the convent was built onto the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Sister Suzanne, God bless you. Ugh, this ice is hard. Do I recognize you, Sister Benedicta? I think I've seen you once or twice. Yes, you'd have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Francisca only allows one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere, gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up in the convent, anyway? Snooping. Ooh, don't let me get in the way, then. What an adventure. Actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you like being a nun? Oh, yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home, and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help the older sisters, and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. One more question, Sister Benedicta. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Ghosts? No, everything has been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. Is this about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius myself. Oh, no. Who? Mauritius. Don't tell me Mother Francisca. Don't tell Mother Francisca, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tassing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. I wonder if this is a different retelling of St. Moritz saving Tassing. Oh, maybe. I don't remember if the book mentioned any saints. The Latin was hard to read. Anyway, when Sister Marie said she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Mauritius, trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? What did you do with this book, sister? Oh, well, I had it with me in the kitchen one day and I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. Oh my god, it must be completely destroyed. I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalene. I suppose it's better that the book got some use before it was lost forever. Besides, that story gives me ideas for the Rat House mural. Thanks for telling me about the book, sister. I won't tell Mother Francisca. God bless you, sister. Thanks, Magdalene. God bless you. Convent, art studio, cough. The workshop is covered in dust. Yes, this was the Benedictine sisters' shop. They used to make badges and art for pilgrims coming to see the hand of St. Moritz. It looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. We can't subsist on painting. The poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. Surely you've thought about sneaking in and creating something, right? I had thought about it. I'm just not sure if it's really worth it. Mother Francisca doesn't let us come in here unless to put something in storage. I've come in a few times and noticed some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. You think one of the sisters is secretly painting? Oh, Lord, no. We all live too close together in the convent for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the convent, even if that's not what you were here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you, and you seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Such valuable paint left to dry and crack on the palettes. There's an old parchment scrap here. It's different from the others. It looks like a scrap from a manuscript. There's something written in Latin in the margin. It says, the Mithraeum of Tassing had been destroyed by a flood. Mithraeum. That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. Wait, this might be from the book Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why it would mention the Mithraeum. I don't know. It's not a word I've ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the convent by that name. Well, the note says the Mithraeum was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter much anymore. Probably not relevant. These old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who bought them love them too. Margaret's hanging out with Mousefinger. Hello, Margaret? It's Magdalene. Oh, Magdalene. God bless you. You don't normally come to the convent alone. What brings you here? Not that you're not welcome, of course. It's always wonderful to have visitors. I had some spare time and thought I would say hello. Oh, well, hello. It is good to hear your voice, though. I enjoy it when outsiders visit the convent. Do you miss the outside world, sister? Yes, sometimes. I miss the other Benedictine sisters especially. She'd never admit it, but Sister Lisbeth had the most wonderful voice. I always stood next to her when I could. Why stay then? Why didn't you leave when the Benedictines left Curacao? Uh, Truth be told, I was too frightened to leave. Curacao was my home. I didn't like the idea of becoming accustomed to a new place. Learning the convent's ins and outs was hard enough. I never went outside the convent much anyway. I know I know where everything is here, even if it's changed over the years. Sister Gertrude had already planned to stay too. The garden always needs tending, and two hands make light work. Light work. Besides, I can't leave Mousefinger behind. Of course, she truly is Queen of Curacao. Has the convent changed much since the poor Clares arrived? Yes. The food is simpler and some of the prayers are different. But all the chores and gardening is the same. Gertrude misses making ink for the scriptorium, but I've enjoyed learning the sisters' new customs. Speaking of which, I should probably return to my chores. Of course, sister. Apologies for interrupting. Not at all, Magdalene. God bless you. This is the kitchen. There's not anything that interesting here. Sister Marie and Sister Isabel. I'm going to go with Isabeau. Take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in when needed. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, sister. How goes the cooking? As well as the Lord wills it. My old fingers fumble from time to time, but it is my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. Shouldn't someone else be helping you, sister? No. The Almighty has given me a gift. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so too did he give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. Such things are a blessing when compared to the pains Christ carried upon the cross. But didn't Christ die so that we don't have to suffer unnecessarily? In the next life, yes. But even Christ said we would face hardships while we live on this earth. I have chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. Thank you for sharing your perspective with me, sister. You are most welcome, child. God bless you. God bless you, child. Are you delivering something? No, sister. I'm learning more about the convent's history so that I can finish a mural in town. Ah, I see. This kitchen has been used for decades. Longer than I've been alive, for sure. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Isabel has graciously taken on that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong according to the rule of St. Francis. Hey, St. Francis is a mystic friar and founder of the Franciscan order. Born in Assisi to wealthy parents, St. Francis was called to a life of poverty and preaching. With his follower St. Clare, he helped found the Order of the Poor Clares. To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessary and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. The kitchen seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Though, some nights, a ghost appears, and to me, at the cookfire, a lost spirit trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Marie, not this again. Not to Magdalene, please. What makes you think you saw a spirit, sister? The figure rose up through one of the very grounds we stand on at vigils, not a fortnight ago. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are the weakest. We may be the newest arrivals here, but this convent is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath this foundation centuries before. The spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. A Roman spirit might be a great addition to the mural. I don't know that the council would approve, though. It breaks my heart to think that this spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going, Magdalene? It's better not to get Sister Marie too upset. Of course. God bless you, sister. God bless you, child. This is the chapel, where we all gather for Mass and liturgy. It's the oldest part of the convent. And the most drafty. Hello again, Sister Gertrude. The sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it has represented the abbey from its earliest days. Oh, there's the tower and the library. The cloister is still being constructed here. Yes, the tower was a Burgfried long before the structure became a monastery. A Burgfried is a freestanding defensive tower, not built for permanent habitation. Come on! The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected Tassing from the attacks of spirit and steel for generations. A noble history. Comparable to Aeneas's founding of Rome, truly. I don't know about that, Magdalene, but it certainly was an endeavor to construct this place. There's some Latin here too, but I can't read it very well. God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Kirsau's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Thank you, Sister Suzanne. Yes, the first lists the abbey's founding date. The Lady Kirsau was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminata thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kirsau was unique. A double monastery with 2 saints, 1 male and 1 female, to guard the town and abbey. So the foundation of the abbey was even older than the Holy Roman Empire? Many things have been built and torn down on this land over generations. Who knows what else used to be here? You were right, sister. This mural will be a great reference for the rat house. Then I'm glad to have helped. God bless you, Magdalene. Last, but perhaps not least, here's the aquarium. Most of the Abbey's visitors come in here but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either. Like Mother Francisca said, isolation is a part of our vows. Sorry, y'all, there's something in my eye that I'm trying to get rid of. It's not my eye, to be clear, that I'm trying to get rid of. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out into town sometimes and even talk to men on occasion. And I'm stuck here, staring at these walls for the rest of my life. It doesn't seem like Sister Suzanne thinks much of her life here. It must seem like a boring life to her. Even so, she doesn't seem to have the same passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. If she hates her life so much, maybe I should encourage her to leave the order. Better to leave while she still has a future ahead of her. After all, there are plenty of young men in Bavaria who would make good husbands. Still, there may be some reason she chose to stay. I don't want to overstep my bounds. You didn't always want to be a poor Clare sister? No, who would want to be a nun? My father promised me to the church as a baby. Some oath he swore when my mother struggled in her pregnancy. So there I was, dropped into the Poor Clares the summer I turned 17. I'm so sorry. Nobody should be forced into a life they don't want. We daughters are born to bear our family's legacy. Between our legs or on our backs, it doesn't matter. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers or the hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. We do the best. We can only do the best we can. I pray one day it'll be different. Maybe, but we certainly won't ever live to see it. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Margaret. At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were 20. Don't forget Matilda and Wolfslav. They used to be part of Curacao too. Oh yeah, them too. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. Lead on. Well, you've seen the entire convent. Ba-da-ba. There's not much here. What do you think of it? To be honest, it seems like a life of drudgery. Yes, certain parts of our life here can be frustrating. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. I think you should go. Ooh, that was a detriment. Interesting. Interesting. Your family just left you here. You don't owe the sisters anything. I do, though. The sisters have taken care of me. They love me and I love them. Even if this life wasn't my choice, they accepted me. Who knows? Maybe it will get better in time. Maybe. I'll try to help in any way I can, even if it's just sneaking around the convent wall to say hello. Really? That would be wonderful. so long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. I learned a lot today. Thank you for showing me around the convent. No, thank you, Magdalene. Today has been more interesting than any I can remember in the Abbey. I'm almost tempted to save Scum and see if I can switch that up a bit. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm probably not going to play this game again for a while. Let me see. 5 minutes ago. That's just about perfect. So we can skip through a lot of the convo. Do it. So I don't want to mention Woshlav. But everything else should be okay. The Pooh Claires. No one should be forced to live a life they don't want. I'm surprised that was a negative. Mentioning the two of them. I'm a little curious if that is coded wrong. If you could do anything else, what would it be? I would have liked to go to one of the big cities at least once. I would have been happy just to be a shopkeeper's wife. Sigh. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Yeah, show me the rest of the cloister. Oh! We moved. I think you should go. Yeah! Yeah! Ba 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 ba. You never chose this life. You deserve to have the life you truly want. Magdalene, I think you're right. My family's devotion doesn't have to be mine. Maybe I can find a way out in time. I'll help however I can, Suzanne. I'm sure we have some spare provisions at home. Really? That would be wonderful. So long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. I didn't learn as much as I had hoped about the mural. For the mural, but I'm glad I got to meet you. No, thank you, Magdalene. Today has been more interesting than any I can remember in the Abbey. Come, let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be wanting to hear what you thought of the place, and how you've convinced me to leave it. Well, Magdalene, what is your assessment of the poor Clares? Is the good Lord calling you to a life with us as a sister? I think I prefer my books and printing. And in any case, I need to finish the mural. No. Yeah, let's be honest about it. Then I might take over for my father. I see. Be careful that this mural does not become an idol for you, Magdalene. Just as Eve had a weaker will than Adam, you are liable to stumble on the fruit of temptation as well. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of an old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. You are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Ah, Magdalene, how did your little expedition go? I'm frustrated that there's so little left of the old abbey and saints. But sister, there's something I don't understand. The abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tassing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in Tassing and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kiersau was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire were simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive the fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but are terribly overgrown. I haven't dared forage in the rubble. I doubt you'd find anything of help for your mural inside other than charred wood and parchment. The twins have explored all sorts of dangerous places. I'm sure the abbey isn't so bad. I worry after you sometimes, Magdalene. I really do. Thank you for all your help, Sister Gertrude. You are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Two hours later. Mugwort is always useful for colds and fevers. It might not be as powerful as when we gather it on St. John's Eve, but it should still work. Well, that was... I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kiersau. And that illustration from the manuscript, the Mithraeum, it was like the one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the Abbey? Of Tassing? It must be written down somewhere. If only the library hadn't burned down with everything in it. The ruins are right there. Maybe not everything was destroyed. Ooh. My God, this is amazing. I wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed in the fire. I'll have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Make an acrobatics or athletics check. Oh shit. Mags. Oh no. I can't get back up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. I'll have to find another way out. Oh, I'm stuck. I can't go this way. I can't go that way. What could I possibly... Oh, right. There's nothing left of the old staircase. I guess I can't go this way. These vines go all the way to the top, though. They look sturdy enough to hold my weight. Well, there's no other way out. No other way out. What, they didn't think we wanted to see the whole climbing sequence? I can see all of Tassing from here. I wonder if I can piece together the foundations of the Abbey and find a way to get to the library. I bet I could get down this way. This roof looks pretty stable. Emphasis on pretty stable. At this point, if she falls, it's not too bad. There you go, Mags. Oh, God. I remember when the library burned down. Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember the flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running around. I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. It doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it was too much to hope for. Well, Magdalene, how are you going to get out of here? These roses seems to have made the Abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing here. I wonder if anyone ever did some mischief in this graveyard. Guess we'll never know. Guess it'll always be a mystery. There were always this many cats in the Abbey. Perhaps I can ask Wilschlaf what he remembers during his time here. Hello, kitty kitty. Oh. Yes. Incredible. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Slightly oversized head mode. This place is a mess. How sad. Oh, an old mural. It's worn, but I can still see some of the figures. Dance of Death? What? These figures look new. The paint can't be more than a few years old. Someone's been adding to this. This feels wrong. Who would add new figures to the Dance of Death, and why? A. The Dance of Death is an artistic allegory on the constancy of death. Illustrations often feature people from every station of society to communicate that death inevitably claims everyone, from the peasant to the emperor. These people look like people from the town, from here. People who died. That must be the Baron. And that's Otto. Wait, is that... one's here. Hello? Who are you? The door. Whoever was watching me must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything left of the Abbey. I want to get out of here. But let me just look at one more thing. I've now looked at one more thing. The rest of the mural. Snowing already. The almanac said it shouldn't start for another week at least. I think we're in for a hard winter. I should get back to the rat house and get to work. I don't know if I would say that big head mode feels right, but I enjoy having it on. I tried stopping by the Gertner farm and it didn't change anything, so I'm not gonna worry myself about that. Screw off, Magdalene. And also with you. Hey, Carl. Good day, Mistress Druckerian. Hello, Magdalene. Can I help you? Hello, Dr. Stolz. I have a book here and I can't read it very well. I was wondering if you could help me translate it. If you bring it after Christmas, I might be able to help. I have too much to do right now. I can't spare that much time. Oh, I understand. Sorry, Magdalene. He said sorry. Call that growth. Until later? Until then. Ciao, Magdalene. Hello, Nasiu. How are you? Ah, I am well. The winter is approaching quickly, no? What is it you say here? Perched up pinching at your nose? Yes, that is our saying. Baltus has been explaining many of your funny Bavarian sayings to me. I must admit, they are rather charming, even if the language is a bit rough to my tongue. Will you be staying in Tassing long enough to learn more of our funny sayings? I should return to Genoa soon, but Baltus and I still have some business to conduct. It has taken longer than I anticipated to complete. His accounts are complex. I may be forced to remain a few more weeks. Dio, who knows? I pray that you'll be able to return home before winter sets in. Thank you, Magdalene. I only wish to return to Genoa before any heavy snowfall. Otherwise, my journey will take twice as long. I'll let you get back to work then. Grazie, Magdalene. Until later. Hello, Baltus. Do you have a moment? Only one, I'm afraid. What can I do for you? I came across a book about the history of Tassing, and I was hoping you could help me read it. Oh, no, not today. I am far too busy for that at the moment. Nasiu have our hands full preparing the Christmas ale, you see. Of course. Sorry to bother you. Not at all. Apologies, I couldn't be of more help. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. The end, it is dead. 2 hours just standing there getting ready to work. I get that. Relatable. Hash brown relatable. Good evening, Magdalene. It's 3 o'clock. Good evening, Dr. Stoles. I see you're progressing on the town mural. You've made rapid progress. Well, I've rigged the scaffolding sheets so that enough air can flow through. That way the layers dry quickly. I see. That's quite clever. Now then, the council is asked to hear about your progress. I've been researching the early Christian history of Tassing, after the Romans left. Learning how people settled in the ruins, how the abbey was founded, why our saints are so important to us. It was a lot to take in, but I've settled on my subject. And what have you chosen, if I may ask? So my choices are St. Moritz, St. Satya, and Our Lady of the Labyrinth receiving the Christian settlers. Lady Curacao founding the abbey from the old Bergfried. The Bavarians settling among the Roman ruins, starting the Christian history of Tassing. See, I feel like this one focuses just on Curacao. And Tassing springs up around Curacao Abbey, but I don't feel like it tells the story of Tassing, which is where this is going to be. Trying to decide what I want to say about what I know. I'm almost tempted to flip a coin over it. I'll paint St. Moritz, St. Satya, and Our Lady of the Labyrinth receiving the Christian settlers. Sure. They are the saints closest to Tassing and Curacao and have been part of our history for generations. The saints are a central part of Tassing's identity and income. Honoring them in the mural will be well received by the town. The Lord will look on it favorably as well. That's the issue. If you have a system in the game where typos happen and are then fixed, or grapho, I suppose, because they're usually writing it. If you do have a typo, it stands out more. I will say that. You must always keep in mind that the mural is not just for you, but for all of Tassing. Just let me do my job, Doctor. After this section, there's still so much work to do. I haven't even figured out how I'm going to portray the revolt. Ah, yes. I imagine it poses difficulties that the other murals do not. It's a strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They've all just locked it away. It sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it then. Oh, Dr. Stoles. Yes? Have you ever seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Or heard about it? I haven't been up to the Abbey in years. And no, I haven't heard of anything like that. Why? I've seen someone following me. A few times. Sorry to hear that. Didn't you run into that odious woodsman, Hallerbrand, not long ago? Yes, but I don't think it's the same person. Well, if you have any concerns, you should ask or of the boys to escort you when you're out. There's no need to risk your safety. You're right. Good night, Dr. Stolz. Good night, Magdalene. I only have the final part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the revolt? Dad was always talking about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days. But what was his name? The only name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to Tassing when that Baron was killed. Jacob Estler. Maybe he wrote an account of the revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. And of course, I'll need to write back to Esther, too. I'll write to them tonight before bed. Alright, where to begin? I'll write to the Archdeacon, Jacob Estler, and see if he can remind me about the revolt. There's a note on the bed! There's a note on the bed! I'll write a letter to Esther, too. I hope the courier can make it through the passes before winter. Jacob Estler, formerly Archdeacon of Friesing. My name is Magdalene Druckerin. I am an artist in the town of Tassing in Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through our community when you investigated Baron Rothvogel's murder at Kiersau Abbey in 1518. Do you remember anything about that case that the people in Tassing might not remember? Did you see any evidence that might suggest there was some sort of larger conspiracy at work? Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalene Druckerin. Dearest Esther, I hope you are well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simmond. And Elisha too, of course, and your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family is doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have enfolded Tassing. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have any worry about that in Prague? You said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in winter. Dad is doing poorly, but at least he seems comfortable. He's sleeping more, but Dr. Stoll says that's a consequence of the colder weather. I do what I can for him, but this winter has been hard. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much she and Dr. Stolz can do. He's not going to make it, and there's nothing I can do. Christ, I'm scared, Esther. The mural is progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone is following me. I keep seeing this figure around town. After I explored the mines to see Tassing's early history, and then again in the Abbey ruins. No one else in Tassing has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. It's the strangest thing, given me a fright a few times already. But I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share at the moment is that the mural is almost finished. I should have it completed by Christmas, or soon after, before the New Year at least. Then perhaps, at long last, I shall be able to visit you and meet this Simmond. Anyway, I fear that this will be my last letter of the year. The Reichspost has already been late, and reported worsening snows through the passes. We seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm and give my regards to your family and Simond. Yours always, Magda. How did this get here? Stop. This is just like the note Dad found. Are they trying to scare me? And if I don't stop, are they going to try to kill me next? I need to ask Dad about this. It can't be a coincidence. But he's so weak. I don't want to upset him. I just need to wait for the right time. I hope there is a right time. Hello, Magdalene. So you need to mash this 500 times, 512 times to get to an overload value. Welcome to speedrun strats for Pentiment. It's late. I should get some rest soon. Go sleepy sleep. I am curious what a Pentiment speedrun would look like. Routing it would be a heck of a thing. Okay, which of these conversations is shortest? Which of these meals is shortest? I'm going to go over and use bathroom. So once we get to an actual pause point, I will do that. Only one letter for you today. Yeah. I'll be right back, y'all. Stick around. Maybe go take care of a necessary duty of your own in the meantime. See ya! Hey, we're back. We're gonna keep playing the Pentiment. Mistress Druckerin, one letter for you today. I'm not clicked on the correct thing. I don't have focus on the Pentiment screen. There we go. Oh, the big head mode. I don't like it with the scarf. The pass is nigh impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse. And me. They look so small now. But with the scarf, I think it fits better. I think that my brother and me is a snappier title, but the pass is nigh impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse and me. It could work. Go and run it by the McElroys, see what they think. Anyway, happy Advent, my dear. Thank you. The same to you. Happy Advent, my dear. Ah, a reply from Jacob Estler. Mistress Juckerin. I do recall the Rothvogel case, though it has been over a decade since I have served as an archdeacon. I am no longer associated with the office of the Prince Bishop. In fact, I am no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. I investigated several murders as archdeacon, but none had the curious specter of conspiracy that haunted Baron Rothvogel's. After the peasants burned Kiersau, I read reports suggesting that a conspiracy was behind the murder of the town carpenter as well. It was around this time that I did some research of my own into the death of Father Guerneau's predecessor, Father Matthias. While no one suspected foul play at the time, I had reason to believe that his death may be connected with the other two murders. If this is the case, a serpent has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. What causes this serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding your answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you are determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If the serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke into its old resting places. I hope this has been of some help to you. May God bless you and keep you safe. Jacob Estler. No reply from Esther this time. It must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. The postman said I won't receive any more letters until spring. I'd better get back to the Wrath House then. Still more work to be done. One day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I may have overcounted a bit. About 3 weeks. We'll say about 3 weeks. Good morning, Dad. I finally caught up on the mural, and now I can start final part today. I promise I'll get it done. Magdalene. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad. I'm sorry Dr. Stoll said you can't come to the festival tonight. I know how much you love the Perchtenlauf. Hey, the Perchtenlauf is a Germanic folk ritual celebrated around Christmas time, in which town folk dress as Perchten and drive evil spirits from the town to protect it in the coming new year. Here's a cool cat with some rats, maybe mice. Hard to know for sure. There's always next year. Right. How are you feeling? Dr. Stoll said he would come by again today. Fine. I'm fine. Maybe I should stay home with you today. No, Magdalene. If you want to work, you should work. It's all right. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve, after all. It is a Christmas game. Of course. What's wrong? Dad, I found a note back in November. A note? What do you mean? It was like a note I found in your plans for the murals. Just a scrap of parchment. It looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink. It just said, stop. Do you know where they came from? Who wrote them? Magdalene, Oh god, that must be Oates. He said he'd drop by with more firewood. If you know something, I'd like you to tell me, alright? I know, I will. Can we talk about it later? Yeah, I'll be back later. Good. Take care of yourself out there. Morning, Magdalene. Morning. I told you the almanac was right, didn't I? The moon forecasted a cold winter this year. Fine. You were right. It's a good thing you paid attention to it, too. Saved me a lot of trouble finishing work early. Anyway, here. I brought some firewood for you and your dad. Thank you, Watts. You're welcome. So, how's your dad? You think he can join everyone for Christmas Mass? I think he'll stay in bed tonight. I'll do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural, though. I'm working on the final section. About the Peasants' Revolt, right? It feels weird to talk about. It affected Tassing so much, but we were just kids. I can't remember what happened since I was just a baby. I never even knew my dad. That's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who were already adults that night, but I don't want to touch raw nerves. What if you spoke to people while everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities? Clara sometimes talks about that night. Mom, too. You might be able to ask them. Wojslav and Matilda are the only two Benedictines left in Tassing. Maybe they'll talk to me. I didn't think of that. Still, the mural is for Tassing, not the old abbey. Agnes has always been in Tassing, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. I wonder if she'd talk about it. It's your project, Magdalene. Might be worth a try. I wrote to the old archdeacon about it, too. He thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the revolt. The who? The old... never mind. Tool-assisted speedrunning? Hi, Drackley. Are we doing a tool-assisted speedrun? I can't tell anymore. Tassing. I get it. I'll figure it out somehow. Thanks for the wood. See you later, Mags. You were so close. You were doing so well on Magdalene, and then you close with Mags. Lutz is right. I should start talking to people around town. I better get started if I want to talk to everyone before the perched enough. Tassing is our lovely village. Midwife, the inn, the Gertners again. No one at the Abbey. I'll go make a social call to the midwife. Yeah, it's up there. Huh. I wonder why people are inside during the winter. Is it because it's real cold? I bet I figured it out. I bet that's what it is. Hey, Veronica. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Magdalene Drucker. I didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? He's not well, honestly. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. He'll be on our prayers tonight. Ours as well. Now then, is there something we can help you with, dear? Agnes, you're old. That'd be a great start to this conversation, Magdalene. No, I have a small favor to ask. No? Go on then, spit it out. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like you all to recount what you remember of the revolt. I'm nearly done with my mural, but I need more details. I was so young that I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for that project of yours in the rat house. I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but all right. Come sit down, Magdalene. Don't worry about helping with the wreaths. It took me years to get the technique up to Mom's expectations, so you're better off not helping. You always did fine, Brigitte. So, Magdalene, what do you need to know to finish the mural? I was hoping to ask you more about the revolt. All I can remember was the flames when the abbey burned. What part of the revolt? The abbot starving us out of house and home? Otto's murder? I doubt that would be a good painting. I thought there was an attempt to talk to the abbot. There was, until Otto was killed. After that, the monks shut themselves up in the abbey library. Meanwhile, that bastard abbot only ever cared for how many pfennigs he could get from us. Brigitte, don't forget to twist the ends in. Can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting there, Mom. I've looked after Martin and Kraft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Yes, well, after your father died, I've got no one left to nag besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I have the both of you, as a matter of fact. Let an old woman have her vices. The Gertner house was a bit sad. York always gets quiet this time of year. Whatever for? I reckon because that family's been hard-pressed since Peter died. Tassing's lost a good number of folk over the years, and feast days and celebrations make it harder to bear. You mean the revolt, right? The revolt, the murders. That fool Andreas had to meddle in everything. Didn't do too much good if you ask me. Dad said that Master Mahler made some mistakes, but that he was seeking justice for everyone in town. And I think your father is right in that. And yet, he'd already meddled enough in Tassing after the Baron's murder that he held more sway than he knew. I could understand it the first time. He wanted to save that old monk. I dare say he saw him as a father. And it was proven the prior was a witch, so I suppose he did some good for Tassing then. I think Woslav might be the only person left in Tassing who even remembers the old prior. That's when the trouble started, I say. The townsfolk saw a monk killed, and the abbot was incensed. Then came the revolt, and Andreas Mahler happened to show up nearly the day of Otto's murder. Dad always says the townsfolk didn't stand with the peasants as long as they should have. Well, I won't begrudge Klaus's opinion, even if he's wrong. A shame it had to happen at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Old Woslav would be the only one to know what happened inside the old church now before the fire. Some like to say things were always this bad, that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child, not in my grandparents' time either. Sure, the abbot was pinching the townfolk and the peasants were suffering, but to go against the church? But like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. Well, the revolt didn't totally fail, right? The abbot and the monks have left. The abbey may be gone, but Tassing has only traded one lord for another. The peasants were so angry over the abbot's perceived injustices, they thought they could make it right with even more injustice. And the abbey caught fire and everyone ran, but by then the soldiers had arrived to stop them all. That soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So, nothing got better? At all? No, not as I see it. The Lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something, and nothing changes. The dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're stuck with a harsh reality. That's pretty grim. This is all you've known, Magdalene. You've grown used to it. We all have. Thank you for sharing your story with me. It's important to share our suffering with the younger generations. Maybe they can change something. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Good luck, Magdalene. Time passes. I talked to them for 4 hours. Gertner Farm. Gertner Farm. Gertner Farm. The farm of the Gertners. Hello, Magdalene. Bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. I would have thought you'd be working on the mural today. What brings you here? I would like to sit with you and ask how you remember the rebellion so that I can paint it, if that's all right. Ah, that was a sad time. If it will help you memorialize those we lost in the revolt, yes, I'll answer a few questions. I don't mind. I was a little older than you, so I probably remember more, Magdalene. Of course, Magdalene. We'll tell you all you want to know. I've been looking forward to seeing the mural for some months. Come now, sit with us. Now that you're all settled, what did you want to know? Did the revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tassing? Oh, the murder of the Baron, you mean? No, not really. I only remember that Andreas attempted to be a peacekeeper in both situations. I suppose that's when things started going poorly. Yes, after Prior Ferenc was discovered as a witch, people weren't as willing to trust the abbey anymore. Then the abbot became more severe. He didn't like that the prior's death rattled his control of Tassing. I still think the old prior cursed the town. That's when crops started failing. I don't know about any of that, but his taxes and restrictions and his attitude toward us became harsher after that. It was all we could do to live by them. But eventually, it became too much. Even with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I keep hearing conflicting stories about how it began. Seems like they messed with his controller when he was running a tassing. I think that is what happened. I know things were bad for the peasants. Was it worth the loss? You wouldn't remember it, Magdalene. But the abbot forced us to starvation. We would have died either way. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent, but the Lord had other plans. I remember how sick and hungry I was all the time. Grandpa kept saying it hadn't always been like that. All was fine until one of our brothers killed Otto in retaliation for finding out just how corrupt the abbey was. Sorry, one of the brothers killed Otto. Well, my husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When that soldier arrived and threatened us, all the townsfolk pulled away, except for you and Ulrich, Gret. No, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated and begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Could the revolt have succeeded if the townsfolk didn't pull away? I still think so. Most of the other townspeople see the revolt's failure as proof that it was doomed from the start. Truly, if the entire town banded together, we likely could have succeeded without violence at all. By then, we were so starved and wanted justice so much, Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace. Then that fucking Miller protected that tonsured bastard. He always hated us, thought he was better than us. Ursula, language. What, Mom? It's true. Leonard even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. It was unprovoked? Yes. Leonard always did hate the rest of the townsfolk, and he would take advantage of anyone he could. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the Miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We'd lost too much. The burning of the abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. Our men fought to protect us, to protect Tassing, and many died in that fight. But we got rid of the abbot and all the monks at least. Yes, and that is some comfort, if only a little. Are there any heroes of Tassing I should memorialize? Dad, definitely. Peter always wanted the best for Tassing, even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the abbey. I hope you can portray him in the best light, Magdalene. I'd rather not talk about that night anymore. I hope we provided enough insight for your work. You did, thank you. I'll let you get back to your work. Thank you, Magdalene. I'm certain the mural will be beautiful. For-hour conversation. Talking takes longer in the winter. Hello, Magdalene. I think it's just the inn. We just gotta go to the inn. We have to go into the inn. Hello, Magda. Magda! Hello, Magdalene. What I want to do here? I want to go up here. Oh, it's all covered up. It's a secret. It's a secret till it's done. It's a secret to everyone. This inn is a golden hand. Oh, there's Volschloff. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Volschloff. I have an odd question for you. Oh? When I was exploring the abbey for the mural background, I stumbled upon some stray cats. Were there a lot of cats during your time? Ah, yes, as a matter of fact, there were. There were always cats around the abbey, but one summer they started begging for food. Persistent little creatures. Brother Lucas swears he never fed them, but I have my doubts. I never fed them. Hold on. I'm Brother Lucas. I never fed the kitty cats. I never did it. I don't know how I feel about that. No, really, I never fed them. You can ask this, snail snake. Yeah, I definitely never did it. I'm a snail snake and I've got wings and antennae. See? I told you. I'm still dubious. Wow. That's incredible. Huh? Well, they seem to have made the abbey their home now. Huh, good for them. At least someone is making use of that old structure. Thank you for telling me, Magdalene. Be well, Volschloff. God bless you and your father, Magdalene. Achievement unlocked, a fateful sausage. Learned the mystery of the cats. 15 gamer points for learning about cats. I'm not sure how much good that's doing there, but you gotta move. You can't just sweep the same 3 tiles. Alright, we're here. We're doing the broom sink trick. This is really going to cut down on our time, save a lot of frames. Ah, hello, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. How's the weather? We've been prepping for the feast in here all day. You gotta brush each tile. Yeah, at least 50 times. Too damn cold. It's like this winter will never end. Spring always returns in time, but come. Stay a while, Magdalene. At least we're in here where we can keep our fingers warm. You'd better keep your fingers out of my dough, Master Bauer. I didn't do anything. You've snuck your little fingers into my cookie dough 3 times today. Do it again and I'll wrap your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. We need enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You can't be eating it all. Anyway, what did you come in for, Magdalene? I was hoping you could tell me what you remember of the revolt. I was too young to remember much of it. No one ever seems to talk about it, and Mistress Matilda and Master Volschloff, you two are the only ones left who used to live in the abbey. The only ones who stayed, anyway. Matilda and I have been friendly enough with the people in town. We put it behind us in time. You can imagine the other brothers had little reason to remain. Old Adok made it out. I think Father Gurnell paid him to go back to an abbey in Cornwall. And I'm not sure what happened to the others. All gone in any case. But the whole thing is a sensitive subject, Magdalene. Why are you asking? I want to portray the event truthfully in the mural, so I'm trying to hear everyone's account of events. For the sake of seeing it portrayed right, I'll tell you what I remember. Wait, Magdalene, here, come cut out cookies with me first. That way we don't fall behind while we chat. We'd be grateful for the help. All right, Magdalene. Cut out cookies from the dough and set them aside so Simon can put them on a tray. Hey, it's me, Simon. We'll need a good number in a variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. We have to have enough for the whole town, after all. Oh, this is so important. This is probably the most important part of the game. Is that not in far enough? There we go. I hope you enjoy the next 3 hours I spend doing this as perfectly as possible. Needs to be down a bit? No, right a bit. There's so much wasted area there, though. There we go. No, no! Let me try again. If you hit B, so I need to be careful that if I hit B, it just automatically says, oh, you're done. And you gotta restart if you want to do it again. Hold on. So last time I got 6 going across here. You know what? I'm going to pick one that takes up a bit more space up here. No, that's bird. That's bird all day. That's bird also. Okay. Duh. Could probably get a bird there, though. Yeah, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 birds. 1, 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, no circles yet. Can I get 8 of each? That's going to be a tall order. We'll see how we do. It's a bit too cozy. It's gotta be another bird. It's gonna be the best use of the space, of the area. But that's gonna use up so much of this area down here if I do that, and it will only be able to be a bird. You see my dilemma. It's birds or birds. Okay. I want to get at least 6 of each. Go. 5 of each, as these more doable. Even that's going to be tricky. That's 6 hearts. Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 birds. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hearts. 6 circles. 6 diamonds. Let's make it 7 diamonds. I think that's gonna... Yes. And maybe we can get a bird here, but I doubt it. No. No. Worth a try, but no. Are you done? These look wonderful. Thank you. You can make more if you want, but it looks like we have enough. I think that's good for now. Thanks for helping, Magdalene. We'd better keep going if we're going to have everything ready by the procession tonight. So what can we tell you, Mags? I heard the Landsknechts came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the abbey alone. Did the abbot really think threatening you would work? Father Gernot always used threats. If the rent wasn't paid, he would take our land or cattle or something else. Of course he thought it would work. But even Father Abbot didn't know about the Landsknechts. Father Gernot never threatened violence. By the time the soldiers arrived, there was little he could do. There were some people who wanted to talk. Master Mahler worked hard to keep the peace, but after Otto was killed... Oh, Andreas. A shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. Dad said he was instrumental in keeping the revolt from getting out of hand. He regrets not standing by him. Yes, he was. He had a personal dinner with the abbot to try and discuss things, I believe. A pity they couldn't come to an agreement. Yes, Andreas did a lot of good for Tassing, and Curacao too. Even if the old abbot failed to admit that. He even revealed corruption in our own midst. The old prior, Ferrig, had been doing witchcraft in the church. I still grieve that he died in the abbey fire. I know your father does too, Magdalene. But wasn't the revolt in general justified? Yes, I think so. We couldn't even collect in the forest without a fee. Dad kept saying we couldn't live with higher and higher taxes. The night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought the abbot killed him in revenge. Turns out it was Brother Guy. I know it's probably Guy, but I'm saying Guy. He was embezzling funds from the abbey. Still, after Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill with both bastards inside. The abbot promised to help if Andreas found the person who killed Otto. All we wanted was to talk. You mean no one was supposed to burn the abbey down? Why would anyone want that? We sought justice, not murder. It was too much for Peter. Leonard was on one thing. He just killed Ulrich, but to burn the abbey. But when the Landsknechts saw the fire, they thought they had another revolt on their hands. I keep saying Landsknechts. I know it's the same root as knights. Landsknechts. Just, it's that. It's that. If you know the correct pronunciation, use that in your brain, please. Even Father Guerneau couldn't stop them. We all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could, but Peter was wrong to burn the abbey. But what the soldiers did, that was awful. I thought that knights were supposed to protect people, like in Parzival. Rarely does real life match the heroism of stories, Magdalene. Dad died protecting me. Stabbed in the chest. I don't even remember what he was wearing, but I remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky like treacle. Dad socked one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there. And Magdalene, can we stop talking about this? Yes. Thank you for talking to me. I'll do my best on the mural. Good luck. We'll see you at the procession later. Until then. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Time to go to the commons for the Perchtenlauf. Hold on. Let me check something. The upper abbey is too snowed in. I won't be able to visit the Poor Clares for a while. Oh no. I think this will be slightly quicker. Christ, it's too damn cold. You shut your mouth, boy. We've done this festival every year. You won't die standing here for 5 minutes. Oh, good, you made it, Magda. I was getting worried you would miss the procession. I wouldn't miss the Perchtenlauf for the world. The costumes are just too wonderful to miss, aren't they? I remember the masks scared me when I was little. Shh, it's starting. Oh, Artemis looks so lovely. I'd love to be the bright saint one year, leading all the demons into the woods. That's the only type of boys that'll follow you, Artemis. Ha ha! Apollo, stop that. sorry, Mom. Christina, see the Perchton? Hey, the Perchton. They're named after the Germanic goddess Perchta. Perchta are supernatural creatures similar to devils who follow Perchta in the wild hunt. So scary. I don't like it. Shh, Andreas, you're all right. They're only costumes. Big masks that our neighbors are wearing, remember? Ugh, it's so cold. Magdalene, would you want to be the bright saint or one of the Perchton? Ooh, a Perchton. They're so spooky. I think the masks would get stuffy, but it would be fun to take any part. You'll get your chance, don't worry. Cassie's done the Perchton law for as long as I can remember. Everyone in town's been a part of the procession before. Well, except for you young ones yet. I wish Dad could be here. He'll see next year, surely, and you can go home and describe it all to him. As beautiful as ever. As goddamn long as ever. Well, at least we're going to eat after this. Krampuses. Oh, hey, Mags. Magda, whatever. Mags! You made it. I was worried for a minute you'd skip out of the fun. Merry Christmas, Mags. Polite, gremlin, super gremlin. Don't hog all the beer before I've had some, you pig. Haha, better hurry. I think Big Jorg is on his third already. Baltus made a special batch for this year. Alexander and Kaz look like they're going to play something too. Did you forget Casimir's name, or are you giving everyone nicknames tonight? That's a secret, Mags. Come on, let's go get some food. With perfect timing. We have a city escape redemption.
Attention all units. Suspect seen heading south. Block all major roads and capture the suspect.
With the in sounds in the background. Perfect. Perfect. Whoop. Didn't think I would rebound that hard. Yeah! Ooch. Hedgehog versus car is very interesting. I'm sure they did very thorough scientific research to make sure it was accurate though, so. They do count to my score. Each ring is worth 10 points. Hey, Sonic? Running into a car is worth 20 points. So make of that what you will. Hey, Sonic. There you go, bud. For a moment, Sonic forgot that he gotta go fast. Here we go. A little bit slow. Sonic should poop more. This is what's been wrong with the Sonic franchise really since its inception. Is the lack of hedgehog poop. What was that sound? Yeah, wrecking cars gives you 20 points. Only if you directly wreck them. If it's collateral, doesn't count. But if you directly run into the car, you get 20 points. Of course Sonic's not the villain. That's why he's on the hero track. Of course there's no way Sonic could be the villain.
Yes!
I think that's an A. I think that's an A. It's not a strong A. Yeah.
That was cool!
That was cool!
Stage select.
Alright. Alright, City Escape. Thank you for that. That is complete. And we return to Pentiment. Sleep hours. Ahem. Ugh. Hey! Everyone listen up. Jorg would like to speak. Yes, thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the town council, I wanted to thank everyone for coming tonight. Listen intently. This year has been tough on all of us. We've had more snowfall than anyone can remember, and the early frost gave us a small harvest. Folk haven't come through the pass as often. Nico, you've been short of customers, and we've all missed the trade. Alexander and Casimirs, you've been kept from your journey. Nasiu, the snow has kept you from returning home. And I know we've all felt the lack of Klaus in town, as he's been bedridden these past few months. And yet, the Lord has blessed us with each other, cheerful guests, and good company. Cheers! Amen. Thanks be to God. God bless. Even though this season has been rough, God knows we still have a lot to celebrate this Yuletide. Hey, Yuletide. It's Christmas time, referring to the pagan celebration of Yule on the winter solstice. This term was Christianized to refer to Christmas time. Is that an alternate spelling of solstice? No. I want to make sure that when I said solstice, it was not me being incorrectly snarky. I do love Rocket Cat. Rocket Cat is my MVP. There's a mug that has some of these marginalia drawings on it, but it doesn't have Rocket Cat, and I'm like, y'all, how could you leave off the star of your video game? Missed merch opportunity. That's called an MMO. Wait. Endris, you've made tools we couldn't have gone without. Just practicing my trade. Dr. Stolz, you've kept us all in good humors. A proof of my experience, Jorg, in such cruel weather. I thought this was from the town council, not to it. It's Werner. He can't go a day without someone puffing him up. Magdalene, you've painted the mural for us. Despite some doubts from the town council, I'm happy to say the mural is nearly complete. Yes, right. Alexander and Casimirs, you've spread good cheer in the early winter nights. Our pleasure, truly. And especially tonight, I think we should thank Baltes for making such a wonderful beer for us all to enjoy. Huzzah! Hooray for Baltus! Here, here! God bless! No, no, please. Matthew helped tremendously. It's thanks to him, really. Ah, well, grazie, grazie. And thanks to our Lord, who has so graciously provided for this feast. Lord protect him. Yeah, thanks to the man's deep pockets. Cheers to him. Casimir's and I shall play later in the evening, so please come to us with songs if you have one in mind. Sing the Shepherd's of a Dance. Cheers! Oh, well, that's it, everyone. If I may, Jorg, I'd like to bless this great feast our Lord has provided for us. Oh, of course, Father. Today we have come together to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Just as our Lord has provided for us with this meal, so too did Christ provide us with the bread of life. So please, join with me in prayer. Bless us, O God, and these thy gifts, which we are about to receive. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen, 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 amen. Now please, everyone, I know Baltus made a fine beer, but remember that temperance is a virtue. Celebrate the Christ child as though his manger was here with us. Wasn't the whole point that there wasn't any room in the inns? He's really reaching this year, isn't he? Merry Christmas, everyone. Finally, let's eat. And that's when the poison... No, that's not. Magdalene, you finally came over to say hello. So you've decided to use my full name now, have you? You asked me to. You've never listened to me before now. Heh, he's playing nice in front of us. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas, Ava, Till. Magdalene, how good to see you. How's that mural coming along in the Rathouse? Almost finished with it, I hear. That's right. The last I heard about it, you were still working on the middle section. The history of the saints, right? Oh, yeah. I may have told Mother Francisca that I wanted to become a sister so I could see inside. Oh, Magdalene, you didn't. Haha! Wait, you don't really want to be a nun, though, do you? So what if I do? So you'd rather be shut up with a bunch of other women for the rest of your life? Sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Maybe. I bet you'd like that kind of life, though, wouldn't you? Hey, that's not... I just thought you'd get bored reading the Bible all day. You like being a pain in the ass too much. Ots! What? She's egging me on. Anyway, Magdalene, what are you painting on the mural now? I'm working on depicting the revolt, but I think I angered Agnes when I asked her about it. That's right, you were just a few years old then. God, has it been that long? Don't worry about Agnes. She acts cranky, but she's never truly upset with anyone. It took years for Tassing to recover after that night. Thank God we've come a long way since then. Otto would be proud of what the town has accomplished. It's a shame he died without seeing what the town became. It is. I pray that St. Moritz has blessed him in heaven for all the work Otto did in his name. I'm sure that the Lord has made a space for him, Ava. You know, Magdalene, I think he would be especially proud of you for memorializing Tassing in the mural. He would be thrilled to think that you would become a part of the family. Oh, God, I don't want to marry Otz. I remember thinking the same when I was your age. Marriage seems a shackle when you're so young. You're a capable young woman, Magdalene. Marriage is the next stage in life for you. We'll have to speak with Klaus, of course, but you and Otz are a good match. Stare awkwardly. Anyway, I don't mean to keep you chatting away with us older folks. Have fun and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Ava. Till. Merry Christmas, Otz. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Mags. Back to Mags, huh? Couldn't help yourself. You're back to Mags, huh? Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Enjoying the celebration? Who doesn't love an excuse to drink? Haha. Sometimes I think the church made so many feast days just so we could all drink a little more. Ha! No one needs the church to tell them when to drink. That's between a man and his mug. Cough. Whatever you say, old man. Just don't let Father Thomas hear you. Anyway, like Jorg said earlier, it's nice to have a night of good company and cheer. Thank you for mentioning my father in your speech, Jorg. He'll be glad to know he was missed. You're welcome, Magdalene. Klaus is a good man, and we all miss him as a part of the community. To be honest, I didn't expect to make a speech tonight. I just thought about what happened in town this year. Really? Werner kept insisting that someone make a speech, so Paul said that I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that? Well, he said that I would make the least amount of people angry over it. Baltus said it was my charisma. That's one way to phrase it. Cough. To be honest, I never thought I'd be someone people in Tassing listened to. But you've always been a part of the town council. We didn't always have a council, though. It wasn't until the night of the revolt, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own. Be my own man. I loved my father, but what he did, I thought it had doomed the town. The whole affair was the abbot's fault. Peter did the right thing. By pushing back against the abbot? Yes. But he chose to burn the abbey, too. I always went along with him because he was my dad. He had to be right. That night was the first time I thought any different. I learned that night that you can fight for something right and still choose the wrong way to do it. And I swore that I would never let that happen again. The revolt broke down everything I thought I knew about Tassing, about myself. But it made a lot of things better for Tassing, and that makes me hopeful. What do you mean? Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. The council lets us govern ourselves. As much as I was grumbling earlier today, Jorg is right. Life changed in Tassing, and even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No abbot looking down on us, making stupid laws as he sees fit. Our Lord lives days away. As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life for Artemis and Apollo than we had. Don't you talk ill of my son, boy. He gave you everything he had. God rest his soul. Cough, cough. I know, Grandpa. Choosing to live differently than your dad was brave. I think you and the rest of the council have done a great job. Thank you, Magdalene. I've done the best I can do right by the town. I've done the best I can to do right by the town. And Dad. You're his son. You've done him proud, boy. Thanks, Grandpa. Anyway, I'm going for another pint. Anyone else? Yes, bring a pitcher. You've had enough, Grandpa. Your humors might become unbalanced. Another for me, Jorg. Magdalene? I'll get myself another later, thanks. Alright, we'll see you later then, Magdalene. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas to you. Good evening, Magdalene. Merry Christmas, you two. Ulrika, Andreas, you say hello to Mistress Druckerin. Hi. Hi. Oh, Andreas, don't be shy. You know Mistress Magdalene. Sorry, Magdalene. He's still a bit quiet. Hello, Ulrika. Hello, Andreas. How did you like Jorg's speech, Magdalene? It's a good reminder of everything we still have. We all needed to hear it. For Paul putting him up to it at the last moment, it was well done. Well, Werner insisted someone on the council make a speech. I didn't particularly want it to be me, but Jorg did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially if you drink sin. Truthfully, I think much of the town needed some encouragement tonight. Tassing hasn't had such a hard season since the revolt. Yes, I'm sorry, it's Christmas. We shouldn't speak of such sad times. Let's toast to better days, then. Cheers to that. Although, there is an old Latin proverb my dad used to say. Ignis aurum proat, miseria fortis viros. Fire is the test of gold. Misery is the proof of strong men. There's no question the revolt left Tassing worse off, but seeing the town now gives me hope. You're an artist, Magdalene. I think you can see it too. I think I do. Things seem brighter for Tassing somehow. Yes, those miserable days gave us the resilience we need to push ahead, to make things better. The next generation, like you or Yuta and the twins, you saw what it was like to fight for ourselves. To stand up to tyranny, even at the cost of losing our homes and lives. To be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. Really? Oh, yes, you wouldn't remember, but life was already terrible before that night. The revolt burned away the dead wood that had rotted Tassing for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. The revolt gave me the courage to face him, to become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the Abbey was destroyed. If things had gone on as they always did, well, I doubt we'd be having such a Yule feast tonight. The cost was high, but it resulted in just as much joy as grief. I hadn't thought about it that way. Because of the revolt, I could marry Paul, and we can supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children will grow up without the fear that ruled over my life as I got older. No moment in life is entirely good or bad, Magdalene. What matters more is how we choose to see it. I don't know. I don't see how my dad's attack can be anything but evil. Keep hope, Magdalene. The Lord helps those who trust in him. Don't forget to take some time to have fun tonight, all right? Mommy, I want another cookie. Shh, don't yell, sweetheart. Excuse us, Magdalene. It seems we have cookies to fetch. Of course. Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Ah, Mistress Magdalene, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alexander. Merry Christmas, Casimirs. Enjoying the night? Very much so. The cookies especially. I haven't had such a wonderful gingerbread in ages. We were just setting up to perform. Did you have a particular song in mind you want us to play? Between the two of us, we know all the Christmas songs between here and Spain. The one I actually personally know, Good Christian Men Rejoice. A folk tune, one of Casimir's favorites. Once Kaz and I play what we've prepared, we'll be sure to play that one. Merry Christmas, everyone. Since it is Christmas, Casimir's and I wanted to share a special song with all of you in the spirit of giving. Please, enjoy.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh. Unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio und leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in gremio. Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O. O Jesu Parvule, nach dir ist mir so weh, tröste mir mein Gemüte, o puer optime, durch alle deine Güte, o Princeps Gloriae, trae me poste, trae me poste.
Bravo, cheers, well done. Another, yes, play another. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Thank you, truly. Please, return to your drinks. We'll be playing all night. Happy Christmas. Hey, Magdalene. Sorry to bother you during the feast. Oh, hello, Yor. Let me turn it back down. Did you need something? Thump. Well, all the chatter around the revolt earlier had me thinking. You're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? The last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion, painting the revolt. I don't mean to nag during the feast, though. That's Veronica's job. I should have it done soon. I've been listening to the people around town talk about the revolt so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has a different idea of how that night happened. But I think I finally settled on how I want to depict it. Yeah? Again, I don't love the middle one. My options are, I want to honor what the peasants stood for. I'll show Otto giving a speech and the soldiers in the distance. Or, I think I'll show the aftermath of the revolt and paint the ruined abbey surrounded by everyone who died and their families. I think that one. I don't know if that's such a good idea. The mural was meant to honor Tassing, not stir up grief. Maybe Klaus was the better pick to paint the mural after all. Merry Christmas to you too, bud. Anyway, I'll get out of your way. You've got better things to do. I think Otz was looking for you. Ugh, not again. He can't get the word no through his thick head, can he? I think I'll actually go home for the night. I've had enough of Otz's flirting, and I should check on my dad. Tell him hello from all of us, alright? I will. Good night, Jorg. Good night, Magdalene. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick. God bless you and Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Oh, Merry Christmas, Sister Amelie. Were we bothering you with the noise next door? No, not at all. Hearing people celebrating Christ's birth always brings me great joy. Christmastide should be a heartening time of year for us all. think I always think there's something healing about coming together to celebrate Christmas. All of us are a part of the body of Christ. When we come together in fellowship, things are made whole. People need Christmas in the depth of winter to remind them that spring will return, and we will all have a chance to live again. Magdalene, who is that? You. Hey, wait! Please excuse me, Sister Amelie. I need to check on my father. Of course. God bless you. Thank you, sister. Ruh-roh. The door is open. Is someone here? Dad? Oh, thank God. Magdalene, is that you? What's the matter? Someone was standing near the house. The door was open. I was afraid something might have happened to you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. I've been asleep most of the day. Most of the evening, too. I'm worried about you, Magdalene. You're worried about me? You're working too hard. I know taking care of me takes up so much of your time. And I know how hard you've been working on the mural. I wanted to finish it for Christmas. I know. Damn near an impossible task, given the size of that rat house. Well, maybe if you just did one wall. I'm not going to make it, Magdalene. Are you a doctor now? I know Werner Stoltz long enough to know when he's going through the motions. He's never been kind, but there's a special coldness to him when he's attending to a dead man. It's all right. This is just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than either of us would like. I've already seen too much death at my time. I just wanted to show you what I could do. I wanted you to be proud of me. I have been. Every day of your life. You've never needed to prove anything to me. I wish I could stay to see the mural when you finish it, but I don't need to. I know it will be more beautiful than anything these old hands have ever made. Don't say that. It's true, though. I mean, I got along all right. But I always knew you would surpass me before long. You can already see things that I never could. See things and make them real. I'm trying. You're doing it. Whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning you're going to wake up and you'll have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself. And you'll have to share it with the world. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. Oh, all this talking. Too much. Could you bring me something to eat? Of course, Dad, you haven't eaten all day. And I missed the Christmas feast, too. I can't believe no one brought me a cookie. I'll go get some soup. Close. I I'm sorry, Klaus. About everything. You're here. I've been trying to keep Magdalene safe. I've been trying to figure it out this whole time. After the fire, it's all I could think about. That. And them. They've never left me. They're all still there. All in the dance of death. The Baron, Piero, Guy, Ferenc, Peter, Otto, August, and now you. Dad? Oh God, it's you! Who are you? What are you doing to my father? Magdalene, it's all right. It's all right. I'm sorry. I've forgotten my manners after all these years. And you've likely forgotten my face, or what it once was. Magdalene, this is Andreas Mahler. Back from the dead. And now you're here to kill my father? To kill me? No. The earliest memory I have of you is of you running into a burning library. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No one could have survived that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. I don't understand, Andreas. Where have you been all these years? Hiding from the world. In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the woods when it was warm. Stealing bread from Gret. Stealing books from you. Oh, so I wasn't going crazy. It's the only thing that kept my mind from forgetting what words are. Wait, how did you survive the fire? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and threw them into the scriptorium. When the smoke got too thick, I started to black out. The next thing I remember was being on fire. I tried putting it out, but I couldn't think straight. I found my way to the trapdoor that went to the crypt. At least I think I did. I can't really remember. When I woke up, everyone was dead or gone. I couldn't face any of you. I couldn't go back to Sabine, that empty house. So I hid. You painted over the Dance of Death in the Abbey. It turns out I had a reason to keep painting. I'm sorry if I scared you. No one's come into the Abbey for years. I thought I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you. Afraid to talk to anyone. Did you leave us those notes? The ones with the purple writing? Ah. No. Those were written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tassing's history. Tassing's history? Why? Because Tassing's real history is at odds with the story we've all been told. It's been covered bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. But it's still here. It's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. And it's still protected, haunted by the specter of death that has hung over this place for generations. The thread puller. Thread puller? Beneath our feet? What are you talking about? The person who attacked your father is the same person who manipulated someone into killing Otto Zimmermann. And Lorenz Rothvogel. Yes. And they travel through the Roman aqueduct that connects Tassing and Kearsarge. It's a network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with. And I've seen the ghost that haunts them. It can squeeze through the tiniest opening. I've seen it bend itself in half to reach places I could never follow. I've traveled along every inch on the aqueduct and the old city, but there is one place I have never found. The lair where the thread puller retreats to. The ancient Roman temple that it is determined to hide from view. The Mithrium. You found it? No, but I mapped out a darkness between the collapsed tunnels. And I believe I know how to get there. Come with me. I'll show you. Dad? He's a good man, Magdalene. You'll be safe with him. Will you be all right? Yes, I'll be fine. Protect my daughter, Andreas. With my life, Klaus. I promise. All right. Let's find the Mithraeum. The rat house. What are we doing here? When the men dug the foundation, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. Lucky never wasted stone, so he used the Roman wall as one of the cellars. There's a way inside to the hidden place. Are you all right? Yes? All right, into the Rathskeller. All right, that wall is different. Does that mean this is the place? No, it's two-sided, new and old. This was above ground once. It carried water. Look. All right, I think I can make it out. Cornelius today and 16 Mithraeum? Cornelius goes to the banks today and completes the sixth rank in the Mithraeum. See? No, there were cults of Mithras all over the Roman Empire. We know there was a Mithraeum in Tassing, but this is just some graffito from an initiate. How does it help us? Well, here. That's how it helps us. A warning would be nice. Oh, sorry. I'm not used to being around people. This is still the aqueduct. The aqueduct carries water to the baths, so you think this will take us to the Mithraeum? Exactly. You seem quite confident. We know it exists. I know where it is not. I believe this is the only place it could be. It must be near the baths. Well, you've already smashed a hole in the wall, so I suppose we might as well look. After you, please. Manu propria. Sneak, 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 sneak. Not really sneaking at all, huh? This part of the tunnel has collapsed. We're not getting to the Mithraeum this way. I think... Yes, Casper and I found a collapsed section of the aqueduct near town. He explored it, but couldn't describe what he found in the dark. I shouldn't have let him go. I should have taken more care with him. Andreas, we can't do anything about that now. Yes, of course. The decoration. These must have been the baths. And It doesn't look like there's a way through. Silt. All the floods kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of floods. What if we can't get through? What if it's just buried forever? It's too early to get this discouraged. Let's keep looking. Sorry, all my lips are causing me consternation. More stairs. Down? Would something be below the baths? A hypocaust. They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often had them. And so those have been filled with silt as well. Hold on. Do you know where we're going? These pillars just kind of go on in all directions. Andreas, could you look that way? I'm going to try exploring ahead. Of course. Gotta go this way, huh? How could you abandon your work, Andreas? I thought you were a true artist, a master of your craft. But all you created was misery. The only thing more pitiful than watching you work in that scriptorium was your love of that dying art. An eye for an eye, Andreas. You may have condemned me, but in doing so, you damned yourself as well. The controller's doing a vibration. No, this isn't right. I can't be here right now. How did I get here? Andreas. You're still here. Yes, for a little longer. Thought I had gone mad. Not yet. Not entirely. But you have been on this road for a long, long time. You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What can I do? I don't even know how I got here. This was once a place of refuge for you, Andreas. But it has become a prison. A prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? From pain? From risk? From life itself. But I can't stay here. I have to help Magdalene. How do I get out? Andreas, you are the architect. I will help you as best I can, but you are the only one who can answer that. Incredible. Incredible. Hello, Andreas. Is that you, Sabine? Yes, of course. Go to sleep, Drackley. I'll have this posted on a YouTube if you want to check out the rest of the ending later. Thanks for dropping by. Good night. Part of me will always be here with you. We haven't talked in so long. Why? You reminded me of August. Remind me. It wasn't all bad, Andreas. We lost him, but if we had 4 years together. They were happy years, weren't they? They were. But then they ended, and it felt like life ended with them. I know. It was hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. And you should stop blaming yourself. It may be too late for us, but it's not too late for you, Andreas. It's not too late for Magdalene. Yes, Magdalene. I have to help her. You can, Andreas, but you have to leave this place for good. I know. I can. I will. You will. Thank you, Sadie. Will I ever see you again? Not in this place. But maybe someday, in a better place. In a better dream. Master Andreas. Oh. Casper. It's really you. It's good to see you again, Master. You too, Casper. It's been so long, and I thought you didn't make it. But I did. I made it out of Tassing and back to Salzburg. Things weren't much better there, but it worked out in the end. It's hard to see it that way. It's all right. Believe me, Master Andreas, it's all right. You shouldn't blame yourself anymore. I let my family down. I let you down. I couldn't stop Peter. I couldn't save Tassing. I couldn't even save more than a couple armfuls of books. You did what you could, Master. Everyone knows you did. And that's all any of us can do. All right, Casper. Thank you. Thank you for everything you taught me. But what happened? This was the way out. Before I started talking to Casper, I know this was the way out. Your mind is fighting itself, Andreas. It remembers the pain of life. It is trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? I thought you were gone. You brought me back. Oh. So, what do I do now? Keep going. You too. It's been so many nights, so many years without seeing your face. I thought I had forgotten it. I knew you were still here, though, quietly waiting for me. I can't change the past, can't cover it up. It's always there under the surface, no matter how hard I try to bury it. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. It's all right. What? It's all right, Daddy. It is? You don't have to hide here anymore. But what about you and Casper? And your mother? We're not really here. And there are people who need you. It's so hard to let you go. I know, Daddy. But you have to. I know. You're right. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. I love you too. Good night, August. Good night. They've shifted again, the walls. It's still trying to protect you. No. It's not? No, I mean, no, I don't have to do this. This is my mind, my maze, and I'm leaving. Good. But this next part might be confusing. What? I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Did I make this? You borrowed it? From where? From what? There are layers to everything, even our memories. Over time, the foundations become buried. We can no longer recall how we got here, no longer recall what came before. And what came before? Our Lady, watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deep into the past. There was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth. But there was a labyrinth. What? I don't understand. No, let's bump it down to Sister Amelie. Is this real? Am I still in my mind? You are here with me, and we are here in spirit. You looked like Beatrice a moment ago. Beatrice? I don't know her. We are in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Your spirit was wandering and the Lord brought you here. But I don't understand. How did you leave your cell? I have not. We are only here in spirit, Andreas. Is this real? Am I finally experiencing that which I have only read about in the testimony of mystics? I told you long ago that reading cannot communicate a spiritual experience. But yes, this is real, and you need not be afraid. Have faith. If you are here with me, it is the Lord's will. Andreas? Sister Amelie? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of the labyrinth, the tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do his will. He has also guided your spirits here. There must be a purpose to it. The Lord's will? What do you mean? I do not know myself. I do not dare to comprehend, only to serve. And it is my duty to answer when I am called. The Lord has called me to this place for many years. He has always made his will known to me. Soon, he will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death. When my spirit hears the call, it descends through my grave. Here, the Lord tells me what messages I must bear, and to whom. You deliver messages? Yes. Once, long ago, I was a scribe. I copied many works of the great church doctors. Origen, in particular. But that all ended with the fire. It ended with my life. Wait. I thought I had given up the pen forever, until the visions returned. No. When fire took my abbey, I couldn't save my sisters. Not one. All I could grab was a single book and a bolt of cloth. I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But he showed me. God had a higher purpose for me, for my hand. Father Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. He tells me what I must do, what the Lord wills me to do. It was you. This whole time you wrote the notes. I found one by my dad when he was attacked. Sister Amelie, you pushed those people into committing murder. What? No, that can't be true. The Lord would not use me for such a purpose. Calm yourself, sister. We'll figure this out. That doesn't make any sense. Why would Amelie want anyone dead? No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't. There was nothing in his messages about murder. No. I am not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Ah! Sister Amelie, shh. It's all right. Father Thomas, how did you get down here? Tassing is an old place. It's buried many ancient roads and tunnels over the centuries. People walk above the hidden ways every day without even knowing it. Though in truth it was Sister Amelie who rediscovered them first, and found this place. Father Thomas, did you? In other circumstances, I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. In truth, I am still happy you are alive. Thank God. But I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You and Sister Amelie were behind all of the murders? No, she had no part in this. But the notes, she wrote them. She did, but she did not understand their purpose. I guided her. I told her what to write. You abused her love and her trust for your own purposes. He who wishes to follow love's way must regard neither cost nor shame, nor pain. He must stand to everything, even her most terrible commands. I am ashamed to admit it, but yes, I did. To what end? What was the point of all of this? Look around you. What do you see? Paintings of Roman gods, Mars and Diana. Look closer. It looks like the statue of Saint Moritz from the meadow, and the images of Saint Satya from the shrine. I don't understand. It's Saint Moritz and Saint Satya, and Mars and Diana. The saints are the gods? When the Romans left Tassing, their buildings, their temples, their statues remained. Christians settled here centuries later. They found time-worn fragments of that imperial grasp. This statue of Mars Pater was one that watched over the Roman fields. That once watched over the Roman fields, stood there still, headless and nameless. The settlers believed it was Saint Moritz, who was already a legend where they had come from. They found the shrines to Satya, and, not understanding she was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. It's not uncommon for stories to borrow and change characters from older tales. But these are not stories, Magdalene. These are saints. Our saints. The settlers did not see them through pagan Roman eyes, but through Christian eyes. No one knew they were Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here. Except for Historia Taciae. But Historia Taciae was not known then. Perhaps it had not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost before it made its way to Father Matthias. And you killed him for it. Yes, with poison. No one suspected. Hold on, who was Father Matthias again? He was the abbot of Kirsau before Father Guerneau. He was a good and honest man, one of the most forthright abbots I've ever known. When Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence that St. Moritz had ever come to Tassing, that the shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars that the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago, that Saint Satia was the Roman goddess Diana, he resolved to deal with it. And you resolved to deal with him. Andreas, our people believe in St. Moritz. They believe in the miracles God has worked through his hand. And they believe in the legend of Saint Satia, that she helped Moritz and watches over Tassing still. And that was worth killing the abbot? I believed it was then, yes. If St. Moritz never came to Tassing, what is in the reliquary? What are the pilgrims coming to see? What does it mean for the people who prayed to him, to Saint Satia, and believed their prayers were answered? What does it mean for the church that has given people hope, fixed like a false star in a dark sky? If the people have reason to doubt the validity of the saints, can they doubt the church? Can they doubt the gospel, the word of God? Do you have so little faith in ordinary people, Father Thomas? I have faith in God. And I have seen firsthand what can happen when people become disconnected from our God. When people believe that all just authority is false, that their own education and reason are superior to divine truth. You've always told us that we have to accept Christ with our own free will. Yes, of course, but preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. You are preserving a lie. I preserved a lie to illuminate greater truth. God so loved the world that he gave his only Son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, eternal life is yours. And saints have walked among us, and their relics work miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the two that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas. There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tassing can stand in a field, look over our valley, and say, St. Moritz was here. God was with us, and he is with us, and he will be with us always. And that is the truth, even if the legend of St. Moritz is a lie. And you think that justifies all of this? In the end, no. But at each step, I thought it was right. I was wrong. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives, to prevent death. But one murder didn't solve the problem, did it? Because one day Baron Rothvogel rolled into town with another copy of Historia Taciae. A copy he promised to give to the abbot, so Kirsau could come to terms with its past. And if Father Guerneau read its contents, you would be facing the same danger you saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Gierno chose to run the abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. That sentiment didn't prevent you from doing it again. You're right, it didn't. But then why Otto? Certainly he didn't have anything to do with Historia Tassae. He couldn't even read. In the end, his murder provoked Peter and the others into destroying the abbey. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the peasants' frustration. You seem to have a difficult time reading people, Father. It appears that way, yes. I was trying to prevent Otto from showing people what he found. What he found when he was helping to dig the foundation of the rat house. Something from our pagan ancestors? No, not quite so old. What he found was a stone head. The missing head of the statue in the meadow. The statue at the shrine of St. Moritz. How did it wind up over there? The most likely culprits are rain, floods, and time. Black Till told me farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, and this head remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. He was going to show everyone that God had favored the town with his discovery. What Otto could not know was that our shrine statue was not of St. Moritz, because Otto could not read the words chiseled across the helmet. Mars Pater. But the man he entrusted with this information, the town priest, could. Yes. And you told him to meet you on St. John's Eve at the rat house. I could not let him destroy our town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Amelie write down what you told her were visions. Visions she couldn't remember. And deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, to Hannah, to Martin. So that one of them would murder Otto, just as someone murdered Lawrence. What about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalene. I've lived next to you my whole life. How could you? None of this was easy for me. I always thought I was doing what needed to be done. Was it because of the mural? Yes. Klaus pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging and digging for answers about Tassing's past, Kirsau's past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Moritz, Satya, this place, everything. So you tried to kill him? No, I tried to scare him. First with the note, but he ignored it. I thought if I ransacked the workshop, it would scare him off. I didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It was just an accident. It wasn't an accident. You almost killed him. I know. So what are you going to do now? Kill me? Kill Magdalene? No. Of course not. I have neither the means nor the will to do so. But even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done, I can stop them from finding this place. What are you doing? Burying the past. Even if it destroys the church above us, I'll make sure no one ever sees this place. Father, you're going to kill us all. You're going to kill Amelie. Then leave and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want, but if you stay here, we'll die together. You'd really kill yourself and destroy the church just to hide this secret? Churches can be rebuilt more easily than faith. I'm willing to pay the price for that. Father! Go! Are you all right? How is Sister Amelie? She's still out, but I think she's fine. I must have heard that at the Golden Hand. Of course. What are we going to tell them? What do you mean? About this? About everything? Why wouldn't we just tell them the truth? For the same reason Father Thomas hid it. Please explain your thinking. I'm just not sure it makes sense. What good will it do to tell everyone about St. Moritz and St. Satya? Maybe Father Thomas was right about that, if nothing else. Maybe it would break their faith. I think he's wrong. I think the people here have enough faith to hear the truth. You know them better than I do, especially since I've been away for so long. I thought understanding this would feel better. We found out who did all of this, who attacked my dad, but it's not like we can bring anyone back. We can't undo any of the hurt that he caused. Father Thomas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right. We should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. I hate that doing the right thing feels so awful. I'm sorry. I am too. But I think it's what we need to do. Then we'll tell them. Good. We should get Sister Amelie someplace warm. We can take her to my house. You'll probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad you didn't die in that fire. I am too. I think. Merry Christmas, Andreas. Merry Christmas. Oh. Magdalene, you made it back. Andreas and Sister Amelie and I all made it back. Sister Amelie? Was she in the church? I heard a terrible din and the house shook. Is everything all right? I don't think so, Dad. But it will be. Are you all right, Dad? Yes, I'm sorry. Just tired. Sit by me. Tell me what happened. I think Andreas might still be a little crazy, Dad. I'm pretty sure he sees things sometimes. So we went into the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. We found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found our way down to a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a hypocaust. I got separated from Andreas. I was really afraid I'd lost him, that we'd both gotten really lost down there. But then I heard his voice off in the distance, and I was so relieved. Dad? Are you still listening? Josh Sawyer, you bastard. Oh, beautifully written. Beautifully written. Oh. I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is. But we will all do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. It's strange to think that this will probably be the last letter I send to you. So I will end it with my love. Esther. Magdalene? Yes? It's my normal wrap-up time, but this is pretty much the end, so I'm going to push through. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know that everything is in order. Baltus has ensured that all the financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via the Reichspost as soon as everything is settled. I appreciate it. Please thank him for me. Thank him for everything. Of course, Mistress Druckern. I did not know your father well, but I know that he was well regarded by everyone who spoke of him. It seems that Tassing has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Good fortune to you. That painting. Oh, the gut punch. Magdalene, I can't believe you're really leaving. I'll miss you, dear. Oh, you should come visit me. Ha! The farthest I've ever been is the Mittenwald Market, so I don't think that's very likely. Mittenwald, that's a small municipality known for its transalpine routes between Augsburg, Innsbruck, and Milan. Massive amounts of coin and trade pass through Mittenwald each year. Write to us, though. We want to hear about your new life. I will. I promise. You are a special girl, Magdalene Druckern. I understand why you're leaving. God knows you have good cause. But Tassing won't be the same without you. Safe travels, and God bless you. Are you sure you have everything you need, Magdalene? I think so. Thank you. I made you something to take with you on the road. It's chamomile, cinnamon, and wheat flour. If you're traveling and you're having cramps, I know. I'll use it. Well, Hildegard's recipe just called for chamomile and wheat flour. I added the cinnamon for taste. I'm so sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Francisca had us all say prayers for him. And for you as well, when she heard you were leaving. Really? That's so sweet. Please, thank her for me. I will. We'll all miss you so much, Magdalene. I'll miss you too. God bless you. Safe travels. Hey, Utz. Hey, Mags. Otto. I'm really sorry about your dad. He was always nice to me. My mom says he was a good man. He was a good dad. Well, thanks. I should get going. Max. Magdalene. You sure you don't want to marry me? And the load of bitter sorrow lies heavy upon my breast. Joy to me is a stranger, gladness a fleeting guest. I don't know what any of that means, but I think it means no. Look after your mother, Oates. Good morning, Mr. Struckerian. Are you off soon? Yes, Father. Just saying my last few farewells. Of course. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father. God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let those bohemians put any heretical ideas in your head. Once their pernicious seeds take root, they can choke the faith right out of you. St. Moritz will protect me. Indeed. Though you travel far from home, he will hear your prayers wherever you go. God bless you, Father Elias. God bless you and your travels. God bless you as well, Sister Amelie. Are you leaving today? I am. I'm just heading up to the mill in a bit. I'm so sorry for everything that happened. Your home was destroyed. True. And your church. But I have lost my home before. I will find another. It is strange, though. Standing in the light after all these years. Thank you for helping me. Do you know what you'll do now? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part in what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. You were tricked. We all were. Even so, I must make amends. I am writing an account of what happened here. As well as I can remember it anyway. It is not enough to earn forgiveness. I pray that I will at least illuminate this history of great darkness. Good. It's worth remembering. God bless you, Sister Amelie. God bless you and keep you safe on your travels, Magdalene. Elsa. Magdalene, dear, I wish you'd stay with us. Little Andreas and Ulrika will miss you greatly. I'll miss them also. Tassing is not the place for me. It's past time for me to leave. You will find your happiness out there yet, somewhere beyond the hills and valleys. I know it in my heart. God looks after you, and as he does for us all. That is my hope. Hope is what drives us forward. Maybe one day you'll come to visit us again, with your own family in tow. If that is the case, I'll make sure to send you a letter ahead of time. Of course, do write. I sometimes still think of all the lives and places out there. When I was younger, I often dreamed of traveling, visiting the many kingdoms. But I've found my peace, here and now, in Tassing, even after all that happened. With your husband? He was an awful man. No, I think it was his fault. Agnes always said that. It was his fault. But then, later, he gifted me Paul. At least I got Paul. And the two of us survived those frightening times. When Paul and Anna found each other, after all we had suffered, it was like a miracle. My little darlings. Without them, I'd never have had little Andreas and Ulrika. I'm rambling. Stay safe on the road, Magdalene, dear. We're still in dangerous times. Godspeed, Magdalene. I forgot to say I will, but Magdalene said I will. Are you sure I look all right? Of course, Andreas. You look perfectly respectable. You're a little worse for wear, but a good sight better than you were. It was kind of the women to help me clean up. I'm afraid I'd forgotten how to look after myself. Some would say you took care of yourself quite admirably. How many men here could have survived in a burned-out cellar for the better part of 20 years? Subsisting on our discarded rye, no less. I'm sorry about that. Andreas, we already told you it's all right now. Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Are you off soon? Hello. Yes, I'm riding with your flower to Mittenwald, then down the Isar. I'm sorry to see you go, Magdalene. It's probably Isar. But I hope Prague is everything you've dreamed of. If it's half the city Esther describes, I'm sure I'll love it. It was a wonder the last time I saw it. You have a chance to make a life of your own there. God knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have. And use it well. I will. I don't know how, but I will. I wish he could have seen it, Andreas. I know. He would have loved it. I hope so. Magdalene, if angels carried him down to bear witness, the heavenly host would have wept at it. You should have become a poet. I don't have the talent for it. Maybe not, but you do have the temperament. Magdalene, I wanted to ask you something about the mural before you go. I thought it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why did you leave a section blank? For the future. Unless history is going to stop in passing the moment I roll down the road. I think your wagon is about to leave. Oh, it is. It hardly feels like enough time. Thank you for everything you did for me, for my family. God bless you, Andreas Mahler. Andreas? Are you alright? I'm lost. That's alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. The children require your expertise. Oh? They're up on the mill, the walkway. I'll have supper ready when you're done. Just remember that you're always welcome in our home, Andreas. Thank you. Max looks different, but, you know. Change happens to us all. Signed by Sister Amelie.
Ich hatte einst ein schönes Weite,
Made the Lord unhappy with that one.
der Eichenbaum wuchs dort so hoch. Die Veilchen nickten sanft, es war ein Traum.
And a memorial to the true past. The bathhouse under the church.
Das küsste mich auf Deutsch.
Yeah, he's going from Tassing to Prague.
Auf Deutsch.
Sister Suzanne
Glaubt, es kann
leaving the Abbey.
Gutes
The Gertner family. Paulo had a kid.
Das Wort ich liebe.
Ursula was fine. Václav was burnt at the stake. Croft and Uta.
Es war ein Traum.
They had so many kids, my goodness gracious. Thank you, Andreas.
Das Wort ich liebe dich, ich liebe
Such a good game. Such a good game. I'm tempted to end the stream in the next 20 seconds to make it a 4-hour, 20-minute stream, but I have too many things to say, so I'll let the credits roll a little bit. While I'll do that, I'll talk some schedule things. I was going to do Game Pass Sampler tomorrow, but hey, guess what? There's no new games on Game Pass. Let me double check before I make that pronouncement. Is that a word? Proclamation certainly is. Yeah. Most recent one is Mortal Shell, and I'm not playing Mortal Shell again. I'd rather play that than Stranded Deep, but I'm not playing it again. So tomorrow, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go play some Pokemon. We love the Pokemon. Next Sunday, I think, because I don't want to start something new, because Sunday after next I'm doing the Ocarina of Time randomizer. So I'll probably do some Pokemon next Sunday. Probably. I don't know. I'm still winging it a little bit. But what I do know, Tuesday, Sims 4, that's happening. Thursday, Hades, that's happening. Those are both going to be good. Italian hand gesture consultant, incredible. Incredible. Is there anything else? I think that's it. See the credits through to the end. I was going to talk more about the game. I enjoy the ending. I don't know what I wish was better about it. There's something that feels like, I wish this was better, but I can't put my finger on it. It's one of those things where it's good, but I feel like there's something that could have been tweaked a little bit to make me adore the ending instead of just being like, yeah, that was solid, but I don't know what it is. The rest of the game, incredible. It's one of my top 3 games from 2022. I recommend it more highly than Elden Ring. By a narrow margin. I think Pentiment is number 3 and Elden Ring is number 4 for me. But if you're curious, 1 and 2 are Tunic and Citizen Sleeper. Not necessarily in that order, but those 2 are also phenomenal. I'm not going to do a Tunic stream for at least a little while because I want people who might play it to play it for themselves. It is not ruined by watching it on stream, but there is so much in playing that game that you need to experience firsthand that I don't want to take that from anyone. And also maybe by 2025, I'll have forgotten enough of the mysteries to come into it with fresh eyes. Who can say? Maybe by that point, Tunic will be out. Tunic. I feel like there was another thing I was going to say. I love that this game has a bibliography. It's so good. Unironically, adore that this game has a bibliography. The earliest known treatise on double entry bookkeeping. You're welcome for playing. Now, is this where I unlock the secret cow level? It's not. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna sign off now. Thanks for watching. Bye.